Hello and welcome. Welcome to Drakenmemoria. For those wondering what we'll be doing tonight, well, almost completing tonight the campaign. Sorry, I'm not mechanically started on all the habits. Yeah. We're almost finished. Almost done. I know it's gonna feel like we're just jumping, but, we have to. But then again, it's just a good reason for my group of players to not procrastinate. They're good at this. I have to give them point. They're good at this.
Or to destroy everything with reckless abandon.
Yeah, you already are doing that. That's audience.
Oh, come on. It's not reckless. At worst, irresponsible.
Okay. Alright. So. If you like the Thunderstorm in the background, that was Ambient Mixer. If you like the world map, that's Wonderdrift. If you like the town map, it's Canvas of King. And if you like the battle map, it's Dungeon Alchemist. Although you can do battle maps with Canvas of King. Learned that recently. You can actually create your own grid. Alright. But there are no pine trees in their tree list. I guess they must be living in a temperate climate. It's not helpful to design winter map, Just saying.
Well, no, you see, they're planning for the future because, like probably 20, 30 years from now, there might not be any pine trees left.
Pine trees are more resilient than broadleaf trees.
Not if the climate in which they are adapted to no longer exists.
Originally, pine trees were the only tree that existed. Broadleaf tree arrived later in evolution. So, broadleaves are going to die before pine trees. Broadleaf pine trees, coniferous trees, in general, are more resilient in every way. But in temperate climates...
Dude, take the joke. Climate change.
No, I like coniferous trees. I will defend them with everything I have, and I will kill you. No, sorry. That's not something else. Alright. What happened last episode? Let's get started. I know I opened it. And here we go. I think my favorite coniferous tree is spruce trees. I like their smell. Okay. Don't move the thunderstorm in the background. Alright. So. Hey, what happened? Here we go. Last episode, the party had to navigate some hard negotiation. Everyone wanted its share of the spoils. Of the huge spire that you managed to defeat. Share which our heroes had promised, well, maybe overpromised. Adding to the problems, group with conflicting agendas were mixed in this attack, and now demands could not be met without breaking promises. The negotiations were hard and time-consuming, but after several hours of keeping everything from falling apart through will and determination, as well as a bit of future foresight, Everything settled down into a tenuous peace, and our adventurers slipped away quietly, with a mix of pride and shame for everything that happened. So now, you all went back to the garden, and you decided to rest. Give yourself a day for everything to go back to normal. But fate did not plan on giving you that peaceful rest. Initially, it felt like everything was going well. But when you woke up, you find yourself in the desert landscape of the future. Always a pleasant visit. And so we left off as you all woke up in that suffocating landscape of dust and desolation, and the sky covered in clouds, and the tentacle breaking the cloud from time to time, throwing your mind into a near hysterical frenzy, because it is a brief moment through which you see something too vast for your mind to fully understand. When you wake up, or rather when you become conscious in this landscape, you realize that you're not waking up from the night. You're waking up from what was most likely a short rest, a little nap. You realize that your body is sore. No really bad injuries. Maybe a few cuts and bruises. The image of your surrounding slowly sinks in, and you realize that you're surrounded by the bodies of several strange creatures. It's hard to categorize them. They're all dead, but they have arms, tentacles. Their face is somewhere between a wolf and a squid. They're dead. And it doesn't take long before you realize that their blood is on your weapons. Then you hear Thayag's voice goes, "Oh, that is good. I was afraid you would not survive such a fight going on mechanically." Maniacally? No. Mechanically. No, wrong word. Started similar, but they don't end the same, and they don't mean the same thing. Um, Fighting mechanically the way you did, it was obvious that you weren't completely here. It's difficult, time travel. When you go into the past, everything is settled. If nothing else, it feels more real. But when you go into the future, everything is unstable. Because things are not fully determined yet. Well, I'm glad that you are all awake, We're almost there. So, what was the last thing you remember?
For me, it was going to bed in the garden. Or from this world.
Well, both. I guess I can find value in knowing where you are in the present and what did you miss from everything that was said in the past few days.
Yes, where we were in the present is we just defeated the wizard. Came
You'll
back from
have to
his
be a bit more precise with this. You defeated several wizards.
the wizard. The wizard that was on the secret isle or the mystery isle, and then the last I remember of this dream is I think you told us what happened with the garden, but not anything really past that.
And what did you remember me telling you about what happened to the garden?
There was a gathering, and I'm not sure it was ever made clear exactly where we were, but I know there was a gathering in the woods of the garden when it all started.
All right. Well, I guess I'll make a long story short. The garden was pulled out of where we are hidden. We're hidden. We don't know exactly what force did this. The moment the ship phased back with reality, your reality, we were blind. We were struck by something. The Arboretum was hit several times. Almost all of you died. The second volley was fired.
Times.
What did you say?
Hit several times with what?
We don't know. We were completely blind. We poured every ounce of energy we could into the anchor. And still it failed. But because of the footprint, we couldn't know where we were. So I couldn't raise the defensive grid. Couldn't see what was outside. I could barely sense what was inside. The first volley hit the Arboretum. The second volley hit the engines. main engine stalled. And we started falling. You see her instinctively grab the side of her body where you think that under the cloak there's a severe injury, probably somewhere to her ribs or abdomen. It's as if she can't use some of the muscles there the way she's walking. When the garden hit the ground, the surviving heroes gathered and went out through the breach in the hull. An army was waiting for us, a vast army with ships. The fight was difficult. Most of those who'd survived died. The core was among the last to fall. It was there when the survivors managed to push back the enemy. I guess we weren't fast enough, because during that fight, a single shock wave was felt throughout your world. And not long after, he arrived. And she looks up. You see a tentacle breaking the clouds and reabsorbing. Kor led the charge against the newly arrived god. None of you came back.
Well, shit.
Your world has been dying since. This deity is using this place to recover, but its mere presence is draining the life out of your world. And it is a god. Yes, in this state it is vulnerable. If it dies here, it dies forever. But you have nothing that can compare to what it can do. It is at its strongest. It still baffles me to see gods who have decided to sacrifice anything for their survival. This was a good sanctuary world, and it used it to heal itself. almost here. And she points forward, and you see this big gap in the hall of the garden. Is Zach still here? I haven't seen him in a few minutes. Oh, okay, good.
So I'm always here.
Okay. All right. She hesitates for a moment. She stops one step away from entering the hall, from entering the breach. You, especially Remy, can probably see is she's nervous, a bit scared. You know, your plan can...
You know, survivor's trauma.
Yeah. Your plan can work. But the moment you go in, you won't be able to get to the core of the ship unless I repower everything. The moment I do so, the enemy will fall. They will fall on us from the sky. I can hold them back. But you remember how those dreams work. You need to get to the core of the ship, the engine. It's still there. But there is someone there waiting for you. And you'll need to deal with that. And once that is done, you need to escape. You need to come back up. You need to survive long enough for the dream to end. Otherwise, you'll die here. Because the moment I power everything, the enemy will come, and I will need to fight with everything I have in order to give you a chance. And if I do that, it might see us. Audience, you feel in your stomach what she means by it. Not the god hiding behind the clouds. The end.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Who is waiting for us down there?
One of the night.
The garden?
Yes. One of the 3 knights never came back from the dead. They weren't made to serve inside the garden. They can live outside. They can go in even though there is no power. But he didn't come back. We should have seen it. His arcane making was falling apart. For them, it's worse than anything. There is no way around it. They all know that this is how they will end, without exception. They were made to be able to recover from death. But when they do, everything about them change. Their body remains. But their soul simply becomes something new. This is their only end. They were not made to survive the war in which they were created. So their creator never anticipated the need to one day die. When their arcane making breaks down, they go insane. And the only way to free them is to kill them so they can be reborn.
And hope they don't come back insane again?
When they shut down this way, they need someone else from their world, their kind, to bring them back. Because everything they are stop existing. It is the default parameters which takes over, and then they are born again. Their arcane pathways readjust, realign, become something new, something different. But you have to realize that as those nights are made identical, each and every one of them, everything that is different comes from their personality, which reinitiate when they are brought back to life. And that personality exists so long as they are maintained operational.
I always knew that factory reset was evil.
Mechanically speaking, yeah, what she's describing is a machine which its soul reside in active memory. When it is shut down, everything that is inside of those memory disappears, and the base programming reinitiates everything. Everything is re-scrambled, everything is remade, and it grants them different personalities every time, which grant them different everything. The difference between the one you met inside of the stagnant shard, probably one of their greatest hero, and those who were in the garden, who weren't even warriors, it's their personality. It's how it's created. It is how they live. When she says this, Fisher, it probably hits a little bit more because you know that you're going to have to go down there and do something about this night.
Mm-hmm.
You can either just leave it aside, hoping that something brings it back to sanity, or you reset it by killing it. You can force it to live insane and killing those he once swore to protect, or give it peace.
What do we?
And one of those just sounds like a dick move.
What do we do with the engine? Kind of.
Didn't hear the last part. Were you talking to audience or me?
When we, you
Me, okay.
turn it or for to Thad. But
So you want to know what you did with the engine?
oh yeah, right. She's telling us to go in there, get past. We need to get past that to get to the engine, right? That's what she said.
Okay. If you mention that, then she's going to realize that there's part of the conversation that you don't remember. Does it, oh, right. I guess you weren't fully awakened when I talked to you about this. You're going to the ancient because this is where the last recording of the sensory equipment of the garden are. If you can bring that back with you, my past version can understand it and react accordingly to what is happening.
Did you get enough food?
Uh, all right. And
We're not trying to save me here, Fisher. We're trying to prevent this future from happening.
yeah, that.
And the fact that this future is unstable is a good sign. Because it means it's not the present yet. And as long as it's not the present, there is yet time to change it.
Like, I'm really banking on the fact that this functions on Back to the Future logic, or else I will scream into the void.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else before we head out?
Be careful. I don't know how much. She looks at the garden. Is still operational. I guess I'll find out. She takes one step forward and her foot. And you realize for the first time she's walking barefoot. Her foot touches the floor of the garden. And immediately you hear a rumble from inside of the garden. An echo from somewhere. In the beginning, it sounds like a voice is trying to form, to say something. And you start seeing lights flickering. And as the voice starts being recognizable, you can start hearing what it says. Right now, the voice is too low, like a recording trying to be played on too little power. It is slowed down and the voice is unrecognizable. But as it keeps talking, everything takes up speed. The energy starts gathering everywhere, and eventually it sinks. Because when it starts talking, you hear living core detected, powering main engine. And when it ends with engine, the voice is completely synced with Theag. She speaks in unison with the garden. You hear her say, primary engine failure. Using secondary engine to restart. Give me a moment. But when she says this, it echoes everywhere. She speaks for the garden. From inside of you, Fisher, you hear, "Oh, I guess that solves the last question." At that moment, you hear her say, "Primary initialization complete. Engine restart. Main engine severely damaged. Hull breach on multiple level. Defense grid non-operational." It echoes everywhere when she talks. She is the garden. Fisher, Terranad, understand your frown? when that fact sort of becomes obvious, and you hear him say, "What, you didn't figure it out already?"
No.
I mean, her name is a bad anagram for the garden. Really, you didn't figure it out. You only have to switch
I think
a
I was
few
spelling her
letters.
name wrong.
Her name is Theag Dren. Come on. You're supposed to be smart, no? Gee. Her name really is an anagram of the garden. This is why I did not write the garden too often in the chat. I did not want you to easily see.
I have never written down her last name.
Okay. She presented herself in the very beginning as Theag Dren. Written, I have it here. Written like this. And the garden is written like this.
Mm-hmm. Like slowly poke her in the shoulder. See if she's physically there.
Which shoulder? Right or left? The one that looks a bit too flat or the one that looks alright?
The one that's, yeah, looks okay. The ones that's still there.
She has physicality.
Huh.
She turns around when you do this and says, "Yes, Fisher. Your world has yet to master the art of creating arcane construct the way mine has. One day it will master the ability to make organic construct." The entire garden speaks as she speaks. So it's a bit weird because she always suppressed it, but now you hear it and you hear her voice resonating through the entire hall of what is left of the garden. I am the garden. I am a living core. I am its consciousness, its power source, the sparks which ignites everything. Now you have what your son once told you. She looks like a sun. I will divert everything I have into the offensive grid. I will cover you while you are in there. Already, they are starting to move. Operational efficiency of offensive grid is at 94%. I can cover you for a while, but you'll have to hurry. Some of the warden are still active. She smiled. Elithane, and you hear it echoing through the entire hall. You will need to cover the adventurers. The enemy will try to breach in. My offensive capability are fine, but some will eventually get in. You will have to cover them. Of course. She looks up, she raises one arm, and that's when you notice the other shoulder, when she raises it, half of the arm is missing. She says, looking up, "All right. Well then, unless His Majesty decides to come down himself, I shall quench the thirst of this land with the blood of his troops. I have been active in wars for over 9,000 years. He will not best me." And you hear everything inside starts moving. You see little dots of energy forming outside, and a barrage of energy just starts emanating from the garden. For a brief moment, you think something exploded in the sky. It just lights up. You can't see anything else. And when you turn your gaze slightly and your eyes starts to adjust, this is when you realize this is everything she has firing. There's a brief moment where there's a because the entire capability of the tower you just faced and every ship in front of it does not rival the amount of energy that is just being poured out presently. To her, what cost hundreds of people, dozens of ships, and was desperate, would have been not even a fight. She turns around and says, "Go! Now!"
I think we take off.
I agree.
The dream pushes you forward and you jump on a few occasions. Not sure exactly where you're going. It is a bit unsettling. You've never seen wardens and sentinel deads, but they are. You find them inactive in the corridors. Sorry, you hear from on the outside the explosions and the rumbling. You hear impact on the hull, and on a few occasions when you look outside through a crack in the hull, it is actually raining blood outside.
Oh shit.
There are brief moments where you can see outside, and you see Ilithane fighting. Or rather, you can't see him. You just see this burst of light moving from one point to the next. He is fighting on the hull. So you do not have a good point of view because you can only see him when you are passing in front of a breach on the outside or something like this. But you can barely see him. All you see are explosions of those creatures, those that you met a little bit earlier, with odd mix of body, legs, tentacle, a face that is somewhere between a wolf and a squid,
Ugh.
strange skin color. But you move forward. You hurry up. Then you start going deeper inside, and deeper, and deeper. Initially, you feel like, oh, we're gonna need some light. Apparently, there's nothing, but this is when you realize that you are going deeper. But this part of the dream is ending. It's not the light who's slowly disappearing. It's your awareness of this moment. And then where you wake up in the garden, pristine, looking good. No sound of impact or anything. It's sort of an odd contrast. But you're awake. When you step out of your quarter, you see the puzzled look of your friends about what just happened, confirming the fact that, yeah, it really did just happen. Ah. Well, Fisher, you do feel a new sensation. Feels like, I don't know, you're no longer alone. You feel watched, but in a good way. It's even a weird sensation. It's a loving gaze. Aw, damn. That's what happened when you got a mom which can see you no matter where you go, I guess.
Friggin' helicopter parents.
I mean, either that or you really shouldn't have used McAfee as your main antivirus.
So you're all in front of one another. Because we had already established that all of your quarters are in the same hallway. So, unless you wanted to do something before leaving your quarter.
Does anybody need to stock up on anything before we head out?
I'm all right.
doesn't that highly depend? What was our next step again?
Going to audience's home.
Yeah.
Right.
Because Audience's home is right next to the huge city where the Silver Tongue Bard is waiting for you. So, why not settle the problem with Audience's family while we're at it?
So, well, actually, I think I'm the only one who really needs to buy that sort of thing. Well, then again, we might not have to deal with them until later. You know what? Just in case. I personally am going to buy a couple of potions of actually, maybe one potion of poison resistance and then maybe 2 of lightning.
Okay.
Just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Very relevant for where you're going. All right. To answer one of the questions that you asked and then didn't ask and then are probably going to forget about it if I don't say anything. The wizard.
His stuff.
Had the same problem as everyone else. He could only attune to 3 things. And he traveled light. Meaning he only has 3 objects of relevance on him. One, unfortunately, is the medallion he was using to power the barrier, which was overwhelmed by Sivin Krill's sacrifice. So this one, fortunately, is a destroyed artifact. The 2 other artifacts he had on him are a greater medallion of thought. It's essentially the same thing as a medallion of thought, except that it doesn't have any charges. And it uses the spell save of the spellcaster. The other one is probably something that Remy will either want to have, or, Fisher might want to have it so that he can get it modified. A dagger of arcane smiting. Yes, I made it. So essentially, when you're using this dagger, you can smite using arcane spell slot, meaning sorcerer or wizard. Anyone who can cast sorcerer or wizard spells can use the dagger. And it works exactly the same way as a divine smite. It just uses arcane magic.
Well,
As sick as that
depends.
is, I have a Vorpal Maul. I don't think we have time to do anything more than tie the dagger to the top, to the head of that, and I don't think that would work.
Because, you want to have a Vorpal Maul of arcane smiting.
I do, but I don't think we have the time for...
Well, I think you don't have the
big.
money because you've used a lot of money for all of your
Also
modifications.
Also that.
Wild times. Well, I was originally going to ask if you even wanted to be able to smite to begin with.
I would
But
love to.
that obviously answered that question.
So obviously it's an object that I created, but it was the wizard's attempt at having a last ditch defense. A dagger he can power with his arcane powers and just... But, you
He took a different dagger to the eye before that could happen.
Well, and it's a magical object, so it was suppressed by
Yeah.
what you used, so... All right. So, if you want it, I haven't created it in D&D Beyond, but as is, it literally just is the same thing. It gives you the ability to Divine Smite, well, Arcane Smite, while using the dagger. And like I said, it's an attunement. So,
Is it still radiant damage?
oh, that's an interesting question. I did not think about this. I'd say it would have to be, because it's arcane, it would have to be force damage.
I mean, it lines up with the sorcerer's bow in concept.
Yeah.
It also does force damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the advantage is that it's a smite, meaning it doesn't take an action or bonus action to smite something. It's just smite.
And I guess probably the last. Does it have any? Is it like +1, +2, anything like that?
Oh. Like I said, I had problems with my stat sheet. There are things that I completely forgot to add in. +2.
I mean, if nothing else, it'll probably be good for it to be on my person anyway, since we probably still have a couple fights left with concentrating spellcasters involved.
Yeah.
So
And that plus sneak attack will do a bajillion damage.
So like they basically have no hope of making their saves
Yeah.
if that happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Works for me.
So yeah, I'll throw it on my person. Make it when you're able to, Draken.
Yeah. All right. Because the next frustrating thing that I realized 5 seconds before we started is that I made the map for Audience's Village completely, entirely. But you won't be able to see yourself move because all I have is the Discord. It's 150 square wide, so.
I think that's head out.
All right.
What were the cost of those potions, by the way?
I was looking.
I think it's in Fisher's. Alright, so you wanted invulnerability and supreme healing, is that it?
He wanted
Uh,
poison and lightning resistance.
Oh, poison.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The necrotic resistance one
that
was
was a couple
65.
sessions ago. I already have those potions.
Yeah. Just the necrotic resistance was 65 gold, so I assume it's the
Yes,
same
because
for
it's
other
the same
single
potion. It's
elements.
just, no problem. 65 gold.
Oh shit! In that case, I might as well pick up a few others.
Potion of resistance is a very common potion, so.
Oh no, I get that, but like everybody's economy is different in games, so
Yeah.
it's like don't mind me as I pick up a couple necrotic, probably a couple radiant just in case. Couple lightning, just gonna cover my bases. I don't have the benefit of eating gems. Raymond would never do it, even if that was an ability. His collection's supposed to grow, not shrink.
But your insides are going to be more precious.
I could make so many jokes with that, but I won't.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's
But yeah,
how...
I'm just adding potions to my inventory. I don't need anything else.
Okay.
I'm good.
Alright, acid, necrotic. Yeah, all types of damage are there. Okay, good. That's just what I wanted to.
Like, I didn't even get to use my healing potions in the last adventure, so I don't need to refill on those.
Okay.
Don't give me a reason. I mean, maybe give me a reason, but don't give me a reason.
Well, you know, for the next step, it really depends on how well you're going to handle the entire village thing. So... Alright. But you're reaching the end. You have at most... 4 fights left. If you don't figure out a way to avoid them, but if you do, less. Alright, so... And one of them being a huge melee involving you against the village. You know, just want to underline this.
I mean, if we meteor swarm the village,
So what I'm hearing is that you want to put Terry in front so that he does Psychic Scream and you see the heads of a lot of people explode?
We're not meteor swarming the village.
I'm just saying that's a pretty easy way to wipe out a whole combat. I'm kidding.
So, audience, how do you want to play this? Because assuming we're gonna have to, I mean,
I assume that the god will let the village know. We're gonna basically avoid all villagers, try and find the avatar, slay the avatar, and then talk to the village after we've slayed the dragon.
And you have to do all of this before they learn all 4 elements. Oh no, I mean it's...
Basically, avoid everybody until we've killed the guy.
all right. Does it have a layer in the area that you know of?
I would probably know of... I assume
feel like
I
you don't
would know
want
where
to
it
fight
probably like resides since I spent a bunch of time with it, or like some of its main areas.
Did you read what I sent you?
Yes, let me go back though and let me find what I was looking. Yes. Okay.
So yeah.
Well, I know that the dragon often made appearances next to the barracks or at the temple central to the town. That's where he made appearances. I don't know if that's where he... I guess I would know that he often resided at the temple more than the barracks. The barracks is where he'd make appearances. The temple, where he like trained the priestesses, is where he'd often reside.
So, all right.
So what I would tell them was probably the temple within the village would be the most likely.
All right, since you are going there and you have audience and you have Terry and your psychic bond and the whole thing, I can give you a map of Audience's village. And here is Audience's village.
Yes.
And the grid that you're seeing is a 5-foot square grid. So yes, I made it all. It took me 5 days.
So yes, I would say most likely, especially
is the temple the big thing in the middle?
Yes, the temple is right in the middle. This is either where Audience was trained once he became a paladin. Behind the temple is a huge cemetery, which I did not have time to put all of the grave in. I'm sorry. And beyond the graveyard, there is a huge park. At the center of this park is where the dragon would usually make its appearance as a dragon, then shapeshift and walk into the city. There's a barrack right next to it, where to the right, where you probably audience. This is where you learned how to fight until you were picked as a paladin, and then you probably migrated to the temple. So you know that your father is head of that barrack.
I do. However, I also know that the Green Dragon is smart, and I know the place that would be probably most difficult for me to get to him in the village would be the temple. And I assume that's where he'll be. Because, and I'll tell you in character, I'll say, here's why it's most likely he's at the temple rather than the barracks. Even at the barracks, warriors of the Dragonborn would be far more likely, if we challenged him to a direct combat, to simply step back and allow us to combat, where the priestesses are more likely to try and defend him, even through a challenge, than the warriors would be. So my guess is he'll most likely, knowing this about Dragonborn culture, be at the temple.
It's your plan.
Is he?
Arunak doesn't know anything about this. Terry has never seen Audience's life, so I can't help you in any way.
However, my plan is simply to state, which may cause them pause, that if it's... because these priestesses truly believe that this dragon is untouchable and a god, and, you know, to be able to smite anyone who stands, as he has said in his teachings, anyone who stands against him. So my plan, in this case, is if the priestesses do come to stop us in the combat, to again simply state, if this is a true god, then he should have no trouble basically defeating us on his own, and with his death we prove that he is false.
Lean on the fact that...
Lean on his own teachings, fact that he has basically built himself up to be...
If he has to fight us at all,
defeated by mortal means.
If he has to fight us at all, it reduces his... whatever.
Oh, this continues to be relevant. Anyway.
Alright. So yes, the plan would be sneak into the temple, try not to disturb the town, get to wherever he's located. Dragons are not always easy to hide. And face him and ever his closest allies. And hopefully defeat him. And then throw a party. No, actually try and talk down the rest of my village.
Yeah.
Defeated him. But
does your village have a weekly communal everybody come to the temple thing? And is that today?
Not as much. Not as much. The dragon religion is less about coming to an actual place for, like, individual prayers. That was never as much of our teaching. You know, some people might come by if they're feeling gracious and drop off some gold or send prayers in their own ways, but there was never as much of a central gathering as in some religions.
There is, however, the
that was
semi-monthly
more
orgy.
for festivals and such, which I don't believe there are any Dragonborn festivals today.
Isn't it like the...
Actually,
Isn't it
Isn't
like
it
the
the
change of the
solstice?
new year? Yeah.
Yeah, there's still a few days left to the celebration of the new year. So right now, your entire village is celebrating, just like Cornethil is.
Yeah. So actually, my village will be celebrating right now. More usually evening festivities, but there are festivities.
All right, so first question is, where do you want to reappear? In the village, outside the village, in a specific place in the village, in a specific place outside of the village?
Just outside the village.
Just
And
outside
probably
the
sneak
village.
in. You know what? We have money. While we're here, why don't let's buy a couple more invisibility potions so that getting to the dragon is a little bit easier. To use those at the tower. And I'll tell you right now, dragonborns do not have true sight.
I'm trying to remember how expensive those are. I think they're quite expensive.
They are. But I don't think they were like... I think they were expensive for us at the time. I think they were like... Because that was a while ago that we bought the invisibility.
So you want potions of true sight?
Invisibility.
No, invisibility. Yeah, because I was saying,
And I
in
only
what
need
book is that?
two.
All right. Blind sight.
No, it's just Player's Handbook 2014. 2
Uh,
potions of invisibility. 1 for me, 1 for Fisher.
One for Anastasia.
And then Remy can cast invisibility on Oranak.
well,
I mean,
Arnak
I can also
drink.
I can cast invisibility on.
Well, yeah. How many?
Multiple
So how many do
people.
we need? Do we only need 1 then?
I can now
Because we might not need any if you can cast invisibility.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm just thinking for sneaking.
I can hit 4 people with invisibility at the same time.
Oh, we're fine. We don't need potions. Let's just go.
They now have access to 5th level slots, or making 5th level slots.
Well, I guess though, if we don't want you to use a 5th level slot,
I have. If I was using that dagger, I wouldn't, but with this wizard level I just took, spell point wise, I bumped from 44 to 57, and a 5th level slot is 7 points. So like I have.
okay, you're fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing about the plan. If my priestess is there, I'll look at Fisher, and she tries to get involved. Stick her in a dome. Stick her in timeout until we can kill the dragon.
I can also.
Don't kill her, basically.
Yeah. If
She can watch us kill the dragon.
I can. It might be
You can
easier,
watch
'cause she's
kill
not very
whatever you have
strong,
ever
right?
loved. No, she just has good spells.
All right.
She's the
She's
hyper.
been. I guess I would say last
Yeah.
time I saw her, I will say she seems to have been chosen as the new kind of favored chosen one that the dragon.
but her strengths are not physical strength.
Her strengths are not. She is not a paladin, no. She is
Alright.
probably more akin to a cleric. If
And now that you know what type of god your god is, you probably can surmise that there is a high chance, although they don't know it as that she is domain of trickery.
yes,
But she's probably close to level 20. If not 20.
which is why I want to stick her in timeout.
Yeah.
And watch her.
I think I might. As opposed to the Wall of Force, I think I might just use a different spell that we picked up. I think was it in the past? I don't remember. I think it was in the past. But Bind Wizard, which is
Oh yes.
a strength save, and then
That would work.
restrained, blinded, and muted.
That would work against her. Although then she couldn't see us kill her god.
Audience, it's probably something you would know. Your dragon has been living there for generations, which means the entire village can probably be considered a green dragon's lair.
Yes.
So he'll
Is
have...
there any chance? There's no chance we would be able to bait it outside the village, right?
No.
It's not.
He's too smart. He's too smart for that. We don't have something he wants. I mean, besides to kill me, but he knows that I'll come to him to save my village. He's not. He knows I'll have to come to him to save my village.
And, among the loyal followers of the dragon, there's Audience's father and siblings.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not gonna... He knows he has a bigger advantage in the village than outside of it.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I will say he'll probably know we're there the minute we enter the village. So once we enter, we want to move quickly. He might not know that we've gotten to the village, but once we enter, he'll probably know we're there. So we want to pin him down quickly before he can concoct a plan.
Do you want to try and just land in the temple, or do you think that's not going to be...
My guess is the temple
in the
will be somewhat protected against people just landing.
Do you think the whole village would be? What do you think about landing in like the graveyard outside?
So for people watching, this is the temple here in the middle.
I think we can move quick enough, especially with invisibility, that landing just outside and then basically running to the temple where I assume he'll be, or doing an initial just assessment of the town, then entering to figure out his location will be most effective.
If we so assuming we run in the temple, there's probably going to be priestesses there.
You can expect priests, paladin, warriors, possibly sorcerers, because Dragonborn do have more sorcerers than wizards.
Although I'll say my village did not have a lot of sorcerers. At least when I left it. It was a very martial village with priestesses.
Yeah.
So
we did not have a sorcerer school there.
You might have scout rogues, though.
I can almost imagine the complete heresy of all of them just deciding to become wizards.
That would be a true... If he started a wizard school in my town, that would be a true affront, an attack on audience.
Specifically.
Specifically.
All right. Why do I not have my Dungeon Master book open? Huh? Okay, that was weird. All right. Did you get the price you needed for your invisibility potion?
I'm not buying it. Because Fisher can cast
okay.
invisibility on enough of us now.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, between my own eye patch, it's like, and I can also potentially cast invisibility on somebody. There's kind of no need. I mean, the only thing I could possibly add is maybe instead of me casting invisibility on somebody, I could have pass without trace, but that might be overkill.
All right. So, you all ready?
Yeah, I'm.
I am ready.
So we have audience's plan versus the plan I made for the priests, the paladins, and the warrior of this village.
I am going to cast non-detection on Raimi. It'll last for 8 hours. Just because you like to do a lot of hiding. Dragons like to do a lot of magically seeing where people are. So hopefully that will help you.
I won't say no to it.
All right.
And I think we're good to go.
Non-detection. Yeah.
Also, plan-wise, I think we get in the temple, and if he's there, I think we lock it with the lever, so nobody else can come in.
Okay.
So who? I'm trying to remember. Is it to lock it? Was that an athletics check, or was that just something?
If you have to oppose a spell, either to lock, either to open or lock, it's your athletic versus their.
Yeah. So if there's a spell they're trying to use to open, then you're opposing it with an athletics, basically.
Yeah.
Well, if there's when we lock it, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
or if we're trying to because it should,
There is one consideration, and again, this is more of an above table thing because Raimi might not know about this, but maybe audience would. If the lair of the dragon is also just so happens to be designated as a temple, there is a non-zero chance that a cleric... Huh?
It's hollowed?
I think it's the whole town. Oh, hollowed?
Well, not hallowed. It's like, even if we lock it down, there is a non-zero chance that a cleric might still be able to teleport forces into them. I think the spell's called Temple of the Gods.
Yes. Again, I think we're helped in this case by Dragonborn culture and the very teachings of my god of this is not like the wizard where they're going to be trying to protect like their leader or figure. This is someone who they think is impossible for us to beat. And also, if there is a challenge happening on the other side of the coin, to see, even if they don't think he can lose, they're going to be fairly loath to get in between the fighters and that challenge.
The more they help, the more it hurts their faith in him.
The more it hurts their faith, exactly.
Right. I was mostly just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I also don't
like
think the dragon himself will want the village to all help him. I don't think that's what because he wants to be seen as above them. I think at most he would take a couple of his most trusted people to help support him, but that would be it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he would try, if he could, to have the village be fully involved either.
All right, so, all right, I'm comfortable with fighting on an ideological level.
All right. Let's boogie.
Audience, I just sent you something. Probably something that a Dragonborn you would know.
Yes. Which is why I was bringing in he could have a couple champions to help support him.
You know, after all, you're coming in with 2 aides, so
2 aides.
you know.
Nope. I assume.
You could be 5 at most, so you know, a fair fight of 5 against 5.
Sam's pretty sure what this fight's gonna look like when it all lines up, of who's actually gonna be fighting and who's not. But we're gonna go with the
Right.
Okay, yeah, let's go. Let's get this show on the road.
All right. You want to take the long way out? Or you teleportation? You haven't changed your mind on that?
No, we'll just teleport
Okay.
outside the bridge.
Well, I guess there's only one
I think
question.
we haven't walked in a while.
Yeah, you know, water walk, and you just go there. It's going to take you a year, something like this. All right. Well, the only question is, which entrance? There are 3 entrances to your town.
Not the main one. I'll go to the one that audience knows is least visited usually, or least kind of.
Okay. The last entrance to add itself to the history of your town, because it was probably before you were born, would be the one leaving the town northeast.
Okay, we will teleport there.
Because initially, your town, when your town was a village, it was created on the side of a road, and the road went from the southern to northwest, and so those are the original one. And as it grew, another road added itself. All right. So you teleport yourself, so everyone knows where we are. Oops. No, I wanted to move it, not enlarge it. You're teleporting yourself there. All right. All right. Well, for teleportation's sake, I believe you know extremely well this place, meaning unless it has magical protection in the surrounding, it should be a guaranteed success. But since I don't want to tell you, roll.
Okay. That's rolling D&D Beyond. D100. I'm gonna go find the D100 right now. Well, 85 would be pretty good anyway.
Yep.
Would have
You?
laughed if you rolled a 1 and we actually teleport into that future. It's like,
No, fuck.
Shit.
I slept too long.
Well, the only one who can actually do this is Fisher. And so from now on, Fisher, you have a new fear of sleeping too long and waking up in the future.
Roll 1 on that sleep check.
All right. So, lost track of time. unless it was a false destination, with an 85, you succeed. There is a little bit of as you're teleporting, but either there's a new protection around your village, or it's because it's so close to Cornethil, which is heavily protected.
Heavily protected.
But you reappear where you want to. You do not take damage from something else. But, you know, as you were teleporting, you did feel a shiver that's not usually there. How far...
Last thing I grabbed before we left was a big wool cloak.
A big what?
Wool cloak.
Because it's cold.
Well, yeah, it's in the middle of winter, and you're going to be where audience spending his entire time. It's...
Oh, we're teleporting into like 5 feet deep of snow.
Well, maybe 4.
Maybe 4.
You're next to Cornethil, so it's well maintained outside. But no, yeah, it's...
You know, Raimi's gonna turn into like some kind of like industrial revolution pioneer, just like it's like just gonna really like pump the atmosphere full of CO2.
Aw, don't do that. All right. So how
Like
far...
if every place is cold.
Well, you know that there are druids in this world, huh? In ours here, if there are, they're not manifesting themselves, but in D&D they are, and they will not like you. All right. So how far off of you the walls of your town do you want to reappear, audience?
Not to where they could initially see us. So we'll go like
Several hundred feet away?
yeah, several hundred feet away, and
Okay.
then get up because I don't want them to immediately just spot us teleport.
Okay. So, of course, you appear several hundred feet away. And for you, audience, this is so familiar. It's where you grew up, you went outside, you've seen the snow so very often. You are living near the tree line, meaning that it's almost only coniferous trees outside. Few miles away is where the tree stops growing and you only have tundra vegetation. So it's cold. There's a lot of snow. But fortunately, you all have a ring that allows you to not be cold, right?
We do.
You're not going to trick me into using an attunement slot.
I'm like, audience isn't using it. He's used to this one.
That's what I got that big ass cloak for.
Yeah.
But actually, looking back in my inventory, it's like we actually purchased winter wear a long time ago. It's,
You take it out.
Yeah,
You just give it a good shake. You smell it. Oh, man, I forgot to take it out for an entire year. Damn it.
busted.
Audience wearing the exact same outfit he always wears.
At those temperatures, even Dragonborns are cold.
Yeah.
It's just that you're used to it, so it's not a surprise. It's not a shock. And you probably have a higher tolerance to the weather than the others.
Also got a lot of adrenaline going. Helps keep me warm.
Did some push-ups before we left.
Yeah, and you know,
Warm the
he's
body up.
going to try and confront a false god, real god. No, it's still not clear if the green dragon is an avatar or not. All right.
well, can he bend the 4 elements?
no one said that he needed to be the avatar. You know, he could be in training. You're still the avatar if you're in training. So, several hundred feet away, you see in the distance the towers, the walls. Very small. But the road has been maintained.
I guess before we go in,
Yep.
I'd have Terry see if he can locate the dragon inside the village.
Okay.
Are you wanting him to use?
Well, let's start with simple observation first, and then let's go on from there. Let's first just see if he can locate, because if he sees differently than the rest of us.
Oh, just like looking. Is there a big old beacon in there somewhere?
It's more that he's able to sense. I'm pretty sure he's able to sense like more large magical presences, which I'm sure the dragon would give.
Yes. Terry does sense something very large, very powerful, which transcends the normal boundaries of physicality. The energies extending from the village, they reach out everywhere like tentacles reaching the sky, the land, the walls. When he says the sky, you look up and you realize that there's a snowstorm brewing.
Well, he's definitely in there. Alright. I'll look to Fisher. I'll say, we'll start with the temple. If we don't find him there, he might be at the barracks. Move quick. You know, stay out of other people's way. And hopefully we'll be able to get him secluded somewhere.
Right.
Terry does tell you that he sees little dots of energy on birds that are on the trees nearby.
Okay.
One of the lair action of a green dragon is to be able to see
It's
through the
spy
eyes
dog.
of small animals.
Yeah. Alright, cast invisibility. We'll start making our way towards him. Move
All
quickly.
right.
Okay.
So then, Fisher, do you want to split the invisibility responsibility, or I'm not sure how much you care about?
We summoned
spending
Oranek,
that
by
much
the way,
energy.
just to
Yeah.
make that clear.
Okay.
Yeah. Ornak's here. Ornak's here, and telepathic bond is up.
Okay.
The difference between hitting 3 and 4 targets for me is 1 spell point. So I think I'll hit 4, and then
Okay.
if you
I mean,
want
I can
to-
also cast invisibility at least on one creature for free every day. It's like, but if you're fine with using the spell points, then I'm just making sure that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I'll keep my concentration open for other things we might need.
Yeah.
You start walking. You're invisible right now? Everyone? Alright.
Yep.
They're invisible.
Invisible. Yeah, I'll basically make my way straight towards the temple. I mean, obviously avoiding the people of the village, but moving quickly towards the temple since we're invisible anyway. And I assume the common villager will not notice us.
No, common villager can't notice you.
I was gonna say something about the snow, and then I remembered the boots, and
Boots of Elven.
we actually don't.
We
We're
don't.
freaking Legolas.
Exactly. Which is why in Lord of the Ring they tell you that you never use an elf to open the march, because they don't actually open the march; they just walk over the snow.
Like, we are like Legolas.
It's one of those situations right now where you really love to have cuddles with you. You start walking toward the settlement, and normally a few 100 feet would probably take you something like a minute to walk. It takes more than that. It takes a good 5 minutes to reach the walls, as if distance was warped in some way. The closer you get, the more the snow seems to pick up and fall and make it hard to see, as if there was fog mixed into it. Now, Remy, because you were so fascinated with audience and you've studied the books of dragons so much, you're forced to say that those aren't abilities of Green Dragon's lair. The fog, the chilly fog that sets in, that's White Dragon's lair. The animals, that's Green Dragon. But the storm, that's Blue Dragon.
Almost as though he is encapsulating not just the powers of a green dragon, but because the belief is in dragons in and of themselves, he gains their abilities.
It's either that or the worst scenario, that the other dragon is here that encapsulates all chromatic dragons.
Let's hope not. I don't think we could fight both of those dragons at the same time.
Well, we actually do have the option if he's here too, because we never used our out. But
And walking for a longer time to reach where you want to go, that's Black Dragon.
I think audience would also know, because I've never seen this guy use these other abilities, right?
They're not in your memories, at least, no.
No. I would
But
say
you never came to this village with hostile intentions before, so.
that is true. I would still lean over to Remy, and I think I'd whisper, if the other dragon is here, have the signal ready. The only way to find him is to call in his brother.
You don't see it, but he gives a thumbs up, pauses, and then sends the image of a thumbs up to your brain.
I just gave him a thumbs up. Why does he keep walking? Oh, never mind.
All right. keep making our way towards the temple.
Well, when you arrive, the gates of the city are closed. Town, sorry. Because as big as this map looks, this is... Well, if it was human, it would be probably a large town. But Dragonborn, it's a small town. Dragonborn are a little bit more ostentatious. They tend to cram less people in a small space.
Audience would take the couple extra seconds, or not seconds, maybe like the extra 30 seconds to pick up the members of the party that can't fly and carry them to the top of the wall.
Okay. The wind is very strong the moment you go above the battlements, to the point where it's difficult moving forward. It's not impossible. It just takes you a little bit more effort to actually manage this. But you do manage it. Instead of taking 30 seconds, it probably takes you 2 or 3 minutes to ferry everyone to the other side. It's different, the cold this time. Audience, you used to be used to the cold. Part of you even missed it when you started moving south. You could have gotten used to it over time, but you've only been gone maybe 2 years from your perspective. This is different. It bites. It didn't used to bite.
Keep moving.
All right.
I think I would, at this point... Well, no, we're not.
Yep.
Tell me when we're in 60 feet of the temple, and I would use Detect Evil and Good.
Okay.
Once we get near the temple, so I can sense its presence.
So,
Because I get to know the location, anything affected by the hollow spell or the location of any celestial fiend or undead.
okay. So, well, of course, and you also have an ability now that allows you to refine more. All right, so you start moving through the streets so that everyone sees where you're moving. I just changed the map. So this is the street that you're going to be moving on. You can zoom in the map yourself with what I sent. So it's been a while. You remember being greeted by those 2 houses when entering, and you see people going about their business. It's strange to look at them and they can't see you. You were never that good at hiding, so you pretended to be good, but you weren't that good. But now you are. It's different looking at them. They're going about their business as if nothing bad's happening. It's a little bit weird. First 2 houses you move through. Then there's the commerce that starts after that as you're moving. You remember those commerce things that they sold? The thing that you try and steal and then felt guilty and then gave it back because you're a paladin. When you're small, I mean. You stop doing that after. You keep moving forward. There's a moment when the stores on your left stops. There's the cemetery right in front, but the road between the store and the cemetery, it leads to the park where the dragon used to manifest himself. You've been there very often in your life. You've seen him there very often. Large, majestic priests are always in this park, waiting for a sign. You know that if you go up this road, you're going to meet priests praying right now. The streets are still decorated with the festivities of the last few days. Keep going down this road, and then eventually you get to the temple. Okay, so this is roughly where you are.
Perhaps before we go in too deep, it's like maybe go ahead and put the break in this spot.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Because it goes on YouTube. I wasn't paying attention. All right. Yeah, we're going to take the break. Be back in a few minutes. Hold on. No, that's not the one that I need. This is the one that I need. And
I'll be back in a moment then.
yeah. All right. See you in 15 minutes. Bye. And we're back. And this is not the right atmosphere for what we're going through. I guess the proper atmosphere would probably be this one. As you're moving through the city. All right. So we left off as you were all approaching the temple. Audience, you are reaching a point where 60 feet would touch the walls of the temple. Do you want to get closer so that the 60 feet engulfs all of the temple?
I have multiple uses. I could start with the do one now, and then do one as we get closer.
Okay. Isn't it stopped by material?
It is stopped. It would be mostly outside the walls anyway.
Oh, okay.
It would more just to be see if he's inside the temple itself.
Yeah, but you'd need to be inside of the temple to get a better reading.
Yeah, I'm more just getting a sense of the temple itself.
For the first time of your life, audience, when you let this out, you notice evil within your village. Town, sorry. Some people register as evil. Shop one over there. He's evil. The house behind it, there's someone evil in there. There's someone evil in the outhouse right now, outside of the temple.
No, they're just making something evil. There's a difference.
No, I don't think Audience's God has a problem with that, so not even him would consider that evil. Well, you know, I'm saying this, and they could be removing someone's entrails in there, so you never know. But right now, nothing major. At least not within 60 feet. The cemetery feels different than before, however. as if there is a stagnant aura of corruption lingering on it. But so far, nothing overwhelming.
Okay. I think audience at this point would still make his way to go inside the temple.
Okay. Keep moving down the streets. You get to move maybe 50 feet from where you were, and you'd start seeing into the town square, where a lot of people do the celebrations. You still see the decorations from the festivities of a few days ago. The snow inside of there is very thin, unlike outside, so this place has been maintained. Inside of the park, you see a lot of people. You see a lot of priests. You see a lot of paladins. In formation. Looking in the direction that you're coming from. They don't seem they don't seem to have noticed you, however. But you'd guess there's, I don't know, 40, 50 people right now waiting for you inside of that place where there used to be so many festivities, where you remember dancing for the first time, where you remember impressing everyone with your talents in front of the temple during, an event.
I think I'll ignore. Actually, I'll mentally ask Terry to check for the location of the dragon, if the presence is coming from within inside the temple or it's changed location. Before we go in.
He's telling you that it's difficult inside of the village. It's like trying to figure out a smell when you enter into a perfume shop. He sees very different kind of energies moving about, but they are pushing against one another and they're flowing in a single direction. There's a lot of power being thrown around right now.
What's the direction they're flowing in? Said they were flowing in a certain direction.
They're moving about as if you were in the middle of a maelstrom, twisting and turning above, everywhere around, moving between all of you. There's a decent amount of it coming from a position to the north, which means the forest where your god usually presents themselves. But there's so much of it spilling out of the temple.
Okay. If most of it is still spilling out of the temple, I think I would go to enter the temple.
Terry has seen that somewhere. Yeah. Terry would tell you that, if memory serves, it feels like the energy is emanating from the park north. It's bit like
Oh.
the dragon that you saw before.
From the North Park.
Yeah, where your god usually manifests himself. It feels like the other green dragon you met. Very similar to it, actually. If you didn't keep telling that he's a god, he'd tell you that it's not a god or an avatar, it's just a green dragon. Powerful green dragon, but just a dragon.
From the North Park. That's interesting. Okay. Let's... No. We're still gonna go to the temple first. That's... Even if it is my god and he's just a regular green dragon and he's at the park, what's actually happening is happening in the temple. So let's not get baited.
Okay, you spread that information to your friend mentally.
Yeah.
Arunak agrees. Does Fisher and Remy concur? Okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of kinds of baiting I'm fully behind, but this is not one of them.
Yeah. Even if it is, I know that it's been not just a green dragon that has been messing with me. Now, he might have been using a green dragon as one of his pawns, but that's not the source of his complete power. So I'm not going to get baited by just the physical representation of what he's always shown me.
Damn. You okay, audience? I was gonna say Sam, but I know Sam is smarter than audience. So, you okay, audience? You've been using your brain a lot in the past few sessions, and
It's crunch time.
hey, you know,
As the kids say, you gotta lock in.
Audience did, to be fair, spend 1,000 years in a place
Yeah.
trying to destroy this god. I think in this sense he'd be a lot smarter than a lot of other situations.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you've been using your brain. You've been thinking. You've been making smart decisions. Impressive.
He's got 10 intelligence, right?
I do.
It's not negative.
No, it's enough to get through high school.
I have 9 intelligence. Let's
Oh,
not,
dang.
let's
Well-
not quite.
9, he'd be able to get through high school. He would find it challenging. You know, especially math at the end.
Luckily, beating dragons is not a math problem.
It's a physical
Well-
education problem.
I mean, it can be math. Like my fist plus your face equals negative
The
dragon.
kind of math.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we are trying to turn 1s into 0s right now.
Oh.
Wait, see, that's computer science, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Alright, we're gonna enter the temple.
Alright.
Ignore the green dragon in the field.
You move to the front of the temple. You are at the center of the town right now. To your left, there is the inn. In front of you, the temple. Behind you, commerce, shop. There's a whole lot of priests and paladin waiting for you to your right. Waiting for you to arrive. They're still waiting, looking at the road that you came down of. You see your childhood friend coming out of the inn. She's flanked by obviously powerful paladins. They radiate energy.
If you want me, the other reason I'm very specific about
Okay.
going to the temple right now
Okay.
is also what my rival told me, which is the destruction of a town and how she prevented it. And I could easily see my god having initially, or not my god, my previous god as kind of the final step in destroying audience life for the insult he caused him all those years ago, is while audience is fighting his so perceived in the Green Dragon, he finishes some large scale ritual which this story would show is happening inside a temple to destroy the town while audience is off fighting this Green Dragon, basically wasting his time. And audiences cares more about actually stopping this ritual or whatever is potentially happening to destroy the ground, especially with all his people gathered, because he sees them gathered, and that could be a bait of, oh, they're here waiting to stop you. But what it could actually be is, oh, they're here waiting to gather in a spot where I can destroy all of them in front of you.
Okay.
Including your childhood friend. So that's, yeah. So I need to get to the temple.
Oh yeah, and there's a side of the mix. Hold on, what was his name? Audience's thing. Oh yeah, yeah. You see the Dragonborn that you introduced us during your dream, Nyx.
Oh yeah, it's definitely here to destroy my friends, guys. We got to get to this temple. You tried
Hey
to bait
guys,
me.
I don't say this very often, but have you ever appreciated life? Just being able to live in a place like this, all grouped together, safe from all danger.
Says your friend. You can hear him. He's part of all of the people inside of the little town square.
I think especially once audience sees that his priestess is outside in the same group waiting for him and not within the temple, he'd actually move much quicker, because she was one of the people he was worried might have the ability to sense their presence. And if she's not in the temple, he's going to move much more quickly with her outside.
Well, you are kind of validated in what you're saying, because as she's moving out and you're signal everyone to move inside the temple quickly, you have just enough time to hear her say, "Audience, we know you're here. Why are you taking such a cowardly way into the temple?"
Audience does not have time for this. He is shutting the door. He's gonna be like, Fisher, lock it. I'm not. I don't care. I'm here to save your lives. You can talk all you want. I'll talk to you later.
We just continue to hear like the muffled speech outside as we're fighting.
Yeah.
I can talk to you later. Audience, Fisher, lock the
Send
temple.
straight voicemail.
I'm taking this call later.
Yeah, as soon as we're inside,
She
smack
starts
that
spending
lever down.
spell slots to send you sendings.
You're just trying to message me. I just keep hitting ignore. Ignore.
Do I turn on Do Not Disturb in my brain?
So you move quickly into the temple, watching behind, hearing the muffled sound of her speech. Remy, you can just barely hear her say those last few words as you're entering the temple. "Audience, you have strayed from the path. It is time that you come back." Which is exactly what audience heard a long time ago. Which means right now someone is destined to die. Could be you, could be her.
could be this fucking god. Well, the god won't die, but we can do something. Alright. Audience is dropping the... You can drop the invisibility if you watch Fisher. Audience is moving quickly towards the source of the power. Now that we're inside, he's gonna use his presence one more, his detect evil and good, and basically be sprinting towards wherever this ritual or power is manifesting.
All right.
No need to drop it until it drops.
True.
Well, you know, Fisher, you closed the door, you locked it. You might have used the lever to make sure that no one can get in. Audience starts using his ability. So I think half of the group lost the invisibility. Audience. Well, you're inside. You don't need to
Audiences.
You start running up those stairs leading up. Sorry, one level. When you enter the temple. And just as you reach the stairs, you let out your sense, just trying to engulf everything. And what comes back is debilitating. As if everything you just sent out came back bouncing. Usually when you do this, you feel the evil inside of a person, but you feel how that evil changed and twisted the person. So you essentially feel someone who once was good and that made choices which slowly twisted his alignment toward evil, sometime in a way that is irreversible. That is not what you sense. Your stomach immediately turns, and for the first time of your life, using this ability almost makes you throw up. It's pure evil, not something that once was good that became evil. It is evil, period. Strong, powerful, angry. From down the stair, Fisher and Remy, you can probably see Audience's knees slightly buckle as this echo of evil just hits him back.
You'll see Audience just take out his Holy Avenger, pop a potion, and plunge ahead.
Oh yeah. We follow suit.
All right.
And Terry summons his shield party.
Power Ranger, go!
Great. We gotta sit here for the next minute.
Watching the entire sequence. All right. You run toward the next door, where this echo feels the strongest. Because of your senses, the air feels thick as you're moving forward. Almost as if there was a resistance. When you get inside of the room, you see a hooded figure. From the back, looks like someone with horns. Remy, from your point of view, it looks like the person who brought you in as an egg. Fisher. It looks like the person who warned your captain about you. He turns around and talks in Dragonborn, but you immediately recognize the voice, Remy. It is that person. Audience, you recognize the voice. It is your hero from the past, the person that you wanted to be when you were very small. The person who everyone said was probably the hero before he left and didn't come back. Turns around and takes his hood down. You recognize it even more. Huge horns of the black dragons.
Audience takes a sword.
Audience what?
You thought you... I said audience holding out his sword
Okay.
says, you thought you could hide from me? You think I'm still the naive little boy who would go off chasing your clones and diversions? Think I'm not strong enough now to sense your true presence? I won't let you finish whatever you're trying to end here. I won't let you take all of my people's lives in this village.
Audience, what are you talking about? I think you're confused. Maybe you need to sit down. Sounds like your mind has been influenced by something else. Maybe that little worm inside of that machine over there. He's saying this
She
with a
goes,
smile.
"Oh my god, maybe he's right.
The
Master
No, he's
manipulator.
right.
Everything
He's right.
he's saying is true.
Let's pull
My
up a
whole
chair.
world is coming crumbling down around me." Hey, can we start fighting now?
I actually think audience in this case, while he talks though, and this guy is talking to him, audience is going to try and use his the brain to go to Remy and be like, see if you can figure out if it's him causing the storms outside or if it's something else in this room, something we need to destroy to stop whatever he's causing. While I talk to him.
Remy, looking around, there's one thing that comes off of this person quite easily because of your stupidly high passive insight.
Everything really, but
His confidence. It is supreme. It's like watching a red dragon. This unwavering confidence that you're not a threat. You're not even worth worrying about.
does it mean we could just like run past him and he won't do anything? Because that would be super funny.
There is one thing that you do notice, intertwined within everything. You do think he knows you're there. Very, very subtle reactions.
Okay. There's nothing in the room though besides him that could be channeling like a spell or a storm or anything.
Make an Arcana roll, Remy.
Let's see. I need to. Sorry, we leveled up recently. It's like,
Yes.
I think it would be. I think it's a +11. gut says plus.
Just proficiency, but it'd be just proficiency plus.
I'm just reminding myself if I actually did max out my intelligence. Okay, yeah, I did, so it is plus 11. Then that is gonna be 27.
27. With a 27, the only thing you can be sure of right now is that nothing is assisting this entity. There isn't a magical object in the room focusing. The room itself is not a power focus. It's all him.
Well, that makes our goal a little bit simpler, if not easier. Gotta knock this guy down until he stops casting his spell.
Yeah, time to drop a basket of eggs.
All right. I don't think audience is gonna actually waste time here. I think audience is just gonna start swinging on him. So if you want me to roll or do anything, I think I understand that in audience mind, everything has seemed to be trying to delay him or stop him from whatever is happening, and I think audience isn't gonna let this guy also try and delay him by talking to him. He doesn't need answers from him at this point. He just needs to stop him before his village gets destroyed.
Okay. You can roll initiative if you want to attack him.
That's a 17 initiative for audience.
All right.
Remember,
nice
save. part of my everyday thing is giving you guys a gift of alacrity.
Oh, +8. What's a
Is that
D8.
the D8?
D8? Right. Okay, let me add that to that.
It's gonna be bonkers. Okay, never mind. I only rolled a 1 on that D8. Still 25 because I rolled a natural 20, which would have been nice
No.
to wait on, but
Still could be good. I got a 21.
All right.
I guess I'll roll my first attack since I'm swinging at him. That'll be just the start of...
Because you're all so close to audience, you are protected from the aura of fear that just explodes out of this person.
oh shit, we're 17. Audience, your aura is 30 feet now, right?
No, 18.
No, that's level 18.
Oh, bummer.
It's if
I
he
know.
survived this.
The first attack to hit, by the way, that audience swung was a 34 to hit. I hope to God that hits.
It seems to
AC
hit.
of 35.
Alright, I'll just roll the damage of... I'll roll base. Plus 2d10 plus a d. Plus 11, so 15 plus 11. So audience's first attack would do, as he swings in at him, for the 26 points of damage.
This is always where Dungeons and Dragons gets weird in the description. I'm registering the 26, and it's not reduced in any way, but it's so small compared to the hit point pool of your enemy that it feels like you swung and completely missed. At this point, it's essentially you're slightly, you force them to exhale stronger to get out of the way. It's a bit weird, but that's technically how it's supposed to be described.
It's fun. That's how. And then yeah, that was then. I assume unless he keeps talking, we move into initiative. I mean, he might just keep talking. You know how villains like to monologue.
So, yeah. He seems to just dodge out of your attack, let it hit the ground, and you hear him just say, "Oh, come on, this is disappointing. You mean you don't trust me anymore?"
I trust that. You have been trying to destroy my life from the beginning, and you probably haven't stopped now. That I have full faith in.
Oh, is that what we're playing at? Oh. All right, very well. Let's try this then. This new concept of destroying you and your village. All right, let's choose someone. Won't be able to see it. Temple is large. And I just realized that I removed the background of this, so it's not going to be easy to see. That's annoying. How can I make this easier to see? Oh, okay. I think I know. Like this, and if I just move this below the grid, we'll be able to see something. It's not perfect, but kind of works. Okay. Audience is, come on. Audience, come on. What? All right. I don't know why. It didn't want to let me move you. Fisher behind you. Remy somewhere else in the room. Algonak here. Terry inside of his Mac. So let's just go with this. All right. I just placed something so that people can actually see something happening in front of you, but there's only one person, so there's not going to be a whole lot of movement. All right, so you fall into initiative order. Audience, what was your initiative?
21.
21. Fisher?
Well, mine was 25.
Remy?
Mine wound up being 20.
Ogonak is 14. Terry is 14 as well. And his is... Alright. So, it does appear like, audience, you go first.
Fisher goes first. 25. He was at 25. I was
He
at
said
21.
12.
I said 25.
You said 25.
25.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I rolled
Yeah,
12.
I rolled a natural 20.
He rolled a nat 20.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, Fisher, you go first. Terry's to your right, Onyx to your left, Remy is somewhere in the room, audience is right in front of him, and he's 10 feet away from you.
Using my satchel, I will drink my potion of speed,
Okay.
giving me haste for 1 minute with no concentration. And then I will zip up next to audience and start smacking this dude with my maul.
That's what's missing. A little bit of music.
Some mouse music.
So, roll some attacks.
Try this one. Still haven't mastered the entire list of musics that I have.
That is a 26 to hit.
Seems to be enough.
That is good. 19 damage. Not one. That's gonna miss, and that's a nat 20. I am assuming this thing has legendary actions, and so I did not just insta kill it.
You do not instant kill it,
All right.
but you do
Cool.
greater damage.
Yeah. We're gonna do. We're gonna use this because that's gonna be make it a lot faster.
Actually, that can be interesting in the scheme of things. Yeah, okay. I think there can be something there. You hit it with a natural 20. You know, your maul just swing, audience, you see it arriving really fast, you recognize the hit. You sort of had that moment of, yeah, it's too big of an enemy, it's not gonna, and you see the head blow up. Except for a brief moment of, what the? You just see the body go. And it reshapes and reforms. It could be interesting.
Anyone besides me want to make some Arcana or religion checks on that to see what
Ye-
happened?
Yeah.
I guess someone besides me.
I guess it could still be Arcana because it's divine magic, I assume. which is part of an arcane field.
Yeah, can I do... Ugh. So I'm gonna check.
Yeah. Because it could
Ooh,
apply
good
to
roll.
arcane. So.
Plus. Okay, that is a... 38 Arcana check.
Okay. As you see his body reform and his head takes a new form, there's the moment where it reshapes, kind of confirms it for you, because it reshapes in the traits of a blue dragon. This is a creature that can polymorph itself. You're attacking the polymorph shape of a being. So Fisher, for you, you know that whatever damage you're doing to that shape, I mean, you can take down the shape, but the actual damage to what's behind it is minimal.
Got you. So we have to take down all the shapes basically before we can actually deal damage to him.
And with his demeanor, that almost mocking you, that you just kept moving after as if he was talking but no sound was coming out, the head comes back. It's not threatening to him what just happened.
Did it, like... He turned into like a... Did we notice like a middle shape between, or did he just go straight?
He went straight for the other one, meaning that he did not need the head of this shape.
Yeah, but I guess from my understanding, polymorph, the form dies, you get knocked back to your base form.
Alright, so there
And then
are
it gets cast
3...
again. Did we see like a middle form between the two?
Okay, so there are 3 types of thing that alters the appearance of a person. There's through polymorph, which means you actually become what is in front.
You just become the
And it's permanent. There's polymorph, which you actually become what is there, but it's not permanent. And there's shape change. Shape change is essentially 5 sense ventriloquism. You can alter what you project, but not your true nature. This is why female dragon can actually fall pregnant from something else while they are shape changed, because their nature did not change. They're still a dragon underneath. It's the same thing as you modifying your voice, except shape change allows you to do it for the 5 senses. That's what you're looking at. Something that altered its shape. It's just...
Okay.
Okay.
So I think he's got shape change.
So we just destroyed... Okay, so we destroyed that shape of his however many shape changes he has.
Actually, Fisher, Terranad might be able to tell you something about this. Sorry, I think I made a spelling mistake.
It's a bummer that I'm not attuned to it.
What did Pterodad tell you, Fisher? Are you gonna tell us or no? Or does it not matter?
True sight would let us see through it, but yeah.
I don't know if seeing through it would matter, though. If we couldn't. Because that doesn't let you hit through it.
No, but it lets you know what's beneath it.
Yeah.
Yes. Terry has true sight, though.
Terry, I don't know if Terry has true sight. He has.
Oh, does he not?
I
Wait,
don't think it's.
I thought he had true sight. That's what we put.
I don't think it's technically true sight because he doesn't see things like we see things. I think it's just.
He knows it's there, but that's it. You can always try and ask him what he sees.
I don't think. Is shape change something? Because you said polymorph these to shape change. Is this something just for? Is this something that could be dispelled with magic, like at least one of the shapes, or not?
Depends on.
Polymorph could be shape change depending on what it is.
I mean, if it's the 9th level spell shape change, if you
it's
roll
totally-
well enough on dispel magic, it will
Magic
go
can
away.
still be dispelled. Okay. I guess I
If it
will.
is a spell
Yeah.
on the target.
All right. Was that your turn, Fisher, or do you have more attacks?
I have one more attack.
All right. Just roll
Or
another.
I have my hasted action, which I'm going to use to
use for
attack.
attack. Yeah.
If I could use it to cast a spell, I would try to dispel magic, but I can't use it to cast a spell, so I will go for another attack. Excuse me. Good roll. That is a 31.
Seems to hit.
Ooh. 22 damage.
Okay.
That is my turn.
Remy, it's your turn. You have the same initiative as your enemy, but I think your dexterity is better than his.
Isn't it audience turn at 21?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, because
I
you
guess that's
acted
where
first, then
audience
you
will
Fisher.
fire.
Sorry, it's audience, and then
Alright.
Remy.
Audience is gonna. Oh god! Audience is gonna fling his dice across the room. Audience is gonna go collect his dice and then roll again for his attack. Okay, we're gonna start off with a nat 20. That's pretty good.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's drop. Let's at least go up to this. All right, so then that is going to be a lot of damage. Let me just do this first. Get this out of the way. It's gonna be. Actually, I'll just do it like this. Okay, so that's 4. Because I'm not gonna change it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 1, 2. Yep. Plus that. Plus then the divine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Plus 10. Let's see what this damage is.
All right.
105 damage on that attack.
Okay. It's not going to be enough to kill him one shot. Do you want to do your second attack?
Yes.
Okay.
Or-
Does
that.
he? Is this a weird ability shape change? As in, he doesn't have to make concentration checks.
Oh, I was also gonna ask on that spell.
Yeah.
Should I roll because of my sword to dispel the magic on the attacks? Is it a magic I can dispel?
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to ask about.
Concentration. No, that wouldn't work because it's a innate ability. But dispelling the effect. Yes,
The
roll.
ability. Okay. Okay, not bad. I always forget. What's it plus? My charisma? Just
Yeah.
charisma.
Just flat.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a 22.
Total of 22. Interesting.
Which, if it's just the base 9th level shape change, it would dispel it.
Yeah. You strike
At
into
least.
him with everything you have. The divine energy goes through your body, inside of his, through your attack. You feel your god, the hand of your god, almost touching your back when you do this. Goes in, explode inside. The shape of it, has a moment of where it deforms, almost like bursts, but doesn't burst. But the body is showing cracks, like a pot that you've smashed and it didn't just shatter, but it has cracks everywhere. You see him looking at you, audience, after that blow. Oh, that's disappointing. I really thought there might still be something left here for me to do. I was having so much fun. His back explodes, and so does half of the temple, as his shape explodes outward into the shape of more than 1,000-year-old dragon. It is the opposite of the good dragon. It is the evil dragon.
Oh boy.
His head is maybe 10 feet in front of all of you. The temple, the upper part of the temple just shatters and explodes as his body expands, and the upper floor just sinks in and falls to the ground, crumbles as you see the shape of this dragon in front of you, the head itself being larger than the room inside you're in. The wingspan is so large you can't see it unless you move your head from side to side, and it's laughing. It's really funny for him what's happening right now.
I'm gonna make my second attack. I'm not happy about it, but I'm gonna make my second attack, because what else am I really gonna do? That is a 7 to hit.
27 to hit. It will hit most creatures, so yeah, go. You can do your damage.
Alright. Oop. Plus. Dupe. What was the first roll? It was 13 plus 21. So that's 34 damage, I think,
Okay.
on that attack. And then I also popped a potion of speed. So for my hasted action, I will make a third attack. And I will miss. because that's a nat 1.
Okay.
I like both of us rolling a nat 20 and a nat 1 on our first.
Helps rebalances things.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Remy, we did have the failsafe option for this. This guy shows up.
I mean, it does mean that's kind of like my turn, but
Yeah, it actually does mean it's your turn.
no, what I mean is like I think that just takes up my whole turn. It's like as Raimi holds it out.
You call out for your friend to help you.
You know, it was really kind of this evil being to make a hole in the temple, so it's a lot easier to get in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we don't have a
Okay.
Shrek movie situation going on.
All right, you ready to get one shot, Fisher?
Because Remy's initiative is the same as the dragon, and I tend to do the same initiative at the same time. So you have Remy calling out for your friend at the same time as this wave of energy just pours out of the mouth of this creature, and it engulfs everything in front of him. It's so wide. I don't understand how a dexterity save can actually help you here, but why not? Because that's usually what dexterity does.
I believe.
I don't.
I maybe do.
I get a. Well, I guess with you here, I get a +8, but.
You do get a +8 to yours. I hope Terry's
but
in your
it's
books,
+8
man.
total. He's not. He's in his shield guardian.
Oh.
He's in his.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's in shield.
That's. Wait, your Holy Avenger gives advantage, right? Also.
It does give advantage, yes. We'll see if this
Better.
I don't know.
That
Be enough.
is a 22.
Okay, Remy.
Mine is better. Mine's a
Okay.
27.
Okay, Remy.
Okay, so advantage and your charisma is
+5.
It's 5.
in which case gotta be 33.
Okay.
Alright, so the only one who succeeds is Remy.
I'm assuming the DC is 30.
Remy, you have that moment of, oh shit, it's opening his mouth. You look around and you see Terry's giant armor. You jump behind it. You just grab the center of it and you pull yourself so nothing is going around around this thing. And
Very
you just
cartoonish.
remain there. As a mixture
As he calls
of...
it the orb, it's an SOS call. He just is under the armor like in the bombing scene from a war movie. SOS! Call it back up!
No! The wave of energy is impossible to resist, even for you, audience. It's all the types of the breath of the dragon reunited as one. There's no immunity that allows you to go through all of this. So you all
I hadn't
take...
popped anything, so anyway.
You all take, with the exception of Remy, 127 points of... I'm gonna have to say force damage because that's the only thing, the only type that is mostly neutral.
127, huh?
Yeah. Thank God it works on a recharge.
Well, I'm alive.
Yeah.
I am also alive. We didn't
I'm
get
not
one.
dead yet.
Oh boy.
Oh, everyone is alive. Arunak is alive. Terry is alive. His machine is faltering. There's spark everywhere in his controls. Arunak looks like he's nearly dead. You know, there's only one leaf still standing on him. And he just laughs and laughs at all of you.
Wait, could I
Yes?
try using the buckler of barrier?
To negate some of it.
Would that... So it puts up a wall in front of me. Does this energy go around the wall? Like, does it go past around the... Because technically that will give me full cover with the wall right in front of me. Does it go around?
It goes around. It works the same
Oh.
way as a cone of cold or something like this. Everything inside of the cone is hit.
Uh-huh.
All right. Arunak and Terry have the same initiative. So
All the big spells, Arnak. All of them. Up for him.
I think the best he can do is mask your wound at level 9 or something like this.
Does he have mass heal?
Does he have mass heal?
What's
Oh,
the
yes.
line?
Yes, he has. He just got
He should have
words.
gone.
You just got words.
He just got
just
ninth
learned
level
to
spell. Yeah. Okay. As you choose among anyone. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone's good with receiving 175 hit point, except you, Remy, because you didn't get anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. It negates.
I mean, look, I will keep the comedy gold of using Terry as a shield.
You said 175?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically back to full.
So we full healed.
Yeah, but he's got only one of those, so.
Yeah.
He negates one breath attack. Nope, and that's good. That might be what we need.
What is Terry doing?
I think Harry is...
Is there any debilitating stuff we can hit him with? That'd be
Yeah, but they're all...
Dragons have legendary resistance, all of them.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
He's legendary.
I mean, it's try and start chewing through the legendary resistances is what I think it is. But with, I mean, all of his saves are going to be insane, so I don't even know what.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's essentially the perfect evil dragon.
I was thinking,
so-
I was thinking if there's any like way we could do like a static, like thing, like something something that adds like makes him
Synaptic
like add a
static?
D6 or a D4 to like lower his attack.
Synaptic static would do that, but he needs to fail. It's based on an initial intelligence save.
Oh, it's based on initial.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm being frank, your best bet is just being able to use a spell that, if it has a saving throw, it's like just let it ride anyway, because either eventually one of them is going to fail, or you're at least getting some benefit from the spell anyway, if the save is kind of like a rider to what you really want.
So I think we're going to go with Psychic Lance, because
It does
the
damage.
rider is strong, that he will want to use a resistance if he fails. And it's about as low level as he can cast that still as a rider that he wouldn't just not care about.
Fair enough.
Like power from your forehead, the creature that you can
That's
see.
intelligence save.
And his spell save DC is...
What is Terry's DC now? Like 22?
Exactly. Alright. Can he... And he's gonna use 3 spell point to heighten it. So giving him disadvantage on his roll. Which is still... rolled a 23. So it is enough. And it did what? It did... at base level, you said?
Yeah.
76.
Yeah. Upcasting it isn't worth it.
I used a dice roller for this because there were too many D6. With the dragon's breath, I mean.
Oh yeah.
Alright. So, succeeded the save. Arunak healed everyone. Which means we go back to the top of the initiative with Fisher.
All right, I'm gonna.
It's a
Run up
building
and-
in size.
Yeah.
And it's laughing at you right now.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna run up and try and hit him. Although I will cast Chromatic Strike.
Okay.
With one of my little acid vials. And I will upcast it to 5th level. So 5d4 extra. And I will start schwanging. That is a 31 to hit, or let's start.
31 is enough. 30 is usually enough to hit anything.
18 damage total. Do you need those separate?
Yeah.
You need the damage type separate?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was oh wait, no, 18. That wasn't taken into account. Okay, so that was 18 bludgeoning damage and then 10 acid damage. The bludgeoning damage cannot be or ignores resistance to bludgeoning damage because it's horrible.
Okay, but these dragon, because they're all types of dragon, they have resistance to all elemental, but not bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Yeah.
So for those watching, I put up the map where there's the temple, and I put up the dragon as its size implies. You know, just give people something to watch. At this point, there's really no point in trying to run around a dragon saying, "Oh, I go there." It's for him, it's the same thing. You barely had the ability to move from one toe to the toe from the same paw. So, all right.
And then does he get blinded? All right, well, he's supposed to get blind. It's not based on a save, it's just I hit him, so target becomes blinded. It has a keen sense of smell, becomes incapacitated, can make a constitution save at the beginning of its turn. I assume he has some kind of blind sense, so attacking will not be advantage.
Exactly. Audience would be able to confirm this quite easily. Yes, all dragons have blind sense.
He should also have a keen sense of smell, though, so he might burn a resistance to not be incapacitated.
Well, it's not written in their stat sheet.
I don't know if they do.
Oh, do dragons not have a keen sense of smell?
Well, I don't think they have that.
No, they have keen sense of perception, but
not smell. No, that's fine. Okay, I couldn't remember if they did.
Yeah.
I thought they did.
They can make a perception roll as a legendary action, but it's not written that they have
a keen
sense. The trait keen sense.
Okay. All right. Second attack.
But they did in previous edition, so.
Is a 27 to hit?
No. Not anymore.
Wonderful.
His scale are just too thick.
That is a 30
30 is enough. 32 is enough. I mean,
That is 21 bludgeoning damage and 11 acid damage.
okay.
Haste to attack. That is another nat 20.
Come on, let's go. Well on him. Do all the damage you can
Kill these demons.
before he breathes again.
Wait, is your turn done? Or
No,
do you
I'm rolling damage.
Oh, okay.
That is what, 92 bludgeoning damage.
92. Ooh. How did you do that?
Well, because I can't crush his head, so
Oh, okay.
horrible damage when you can't.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He's not insta-killed, so instead I do a buttload of damage.
Yeah.
And then 22 acid damage. And then that is my turn.
Oh, I should ask before I roll on my turn. Do you want me to be rolling the radiant damage differently, or does it not matter?
In his case, he's pure evil, so he's.
No, I'm just saying, is the radiant damage? Should I be rolling? Should I separate my damages for you? Or
Oh
should I
yes,
just get-
yes. In that sense, yes. Please, yes.
Okay. All right. Then on my turn, I will. That was your last attack, right, Fisher?
Yes.
Okay. I will swing as well. Oh my gosh. I don't know if that. I don't think that hit. Oh, no. What's my modifier? Does 28 hit? I guess that's one higher. I can see.
Nope.
No, 28 does not hit. Okay.
Scales are too thick.
That should hit. That's over 30.
Yes, it does.
Alright, you're gonna use a Divine Smite. So that's going to be. This is all physical. 16 physical plus. Second attack. Oh, some good rolls there. Plus 56 radiant.
Okay.
And then on the final attack, using my hasted action. That's also over 30. Oh, we'll use another Divine Smite. Physical is 17 physical plus. $35 radiant.
All right. You pour in your attack as best as you can. Some are deflected by the thickness of his scales. Some go through. Even with everything you just did, he doesn't seem to be hurting.
Alright.
Remy,
Remy.
it's your turn. From your point of view, from behind Terry's back, you see a terrifying sight. Not only do you see the dragon in front of you, but with your passive perception, you can see behind him the green dragon has taken flight and is coming toward your group. You're about to get flanked by 2 dragons.
You know, I really hope the other dragon comes flying in and just pim slaps him to the ground, but because that would be fucking hilarious in many ways.
Technically, his turn is right after you, but in the same initiative roll, meaning that you're basically going half a second before him. And I just rolled to see if he recharges breath. So what you see is him going as you get to decide what you want to do.
You know what? I mean, I am going to do 2 things. So, as my action, just in case this winds up being relevant, I will drink a potion of poison resistance. And then I'm going to fuck off to the ethereal plane.
Smart.
Smart.
I'm just not going to participate in that role as I end my turn.
What if I could?
All right.
Sorry to leave you guys high and dry there, but, you know, less hit point management for Ornak better.
You can't tank that one.
Yeah.
To be fair, we can't really either, but
We can't really either, but we're gonna try.
I did have 20-ish hit points left. So
It's okay. We're weakening him for maybe when his brother shows up, and then we have to fight an ancient green dragon at like no resources. Oh boy.
Well, here's the thing. And I had completely forgotten that for the first round, but on initiative roll 20, he gets a lair action. So I didn't do that the first time.
right.
It's true.
Okay, first of all, breath recharged, which means Audience, Fisher, Onak, and Terry make a save.
Make a saving throw. I can technically pass this. I just need to get an 18 and up on the dice with 2 rolls.
I can, if also with an 18 or up, and my reaction.
And your reaction, true.
Like,
Alright, let's see. Let's see if I can do it. First one, not gonna cut it. Only gonna be a 28. Not gonna cut it. Second one.
let's make sure I did my math right, because I did roll an 18, so that's
Okay.
plus.
I also rolled an 18 on my second roll.
So that's plus 3, and then plus 5 from you. So that's plus 8, so that's 26.
I
And
hit
then-
exactly 30. So if it's over 30, I'm not good. If it's exactly 30, I'm good. Because I have
My
plus
reaction
12 my
to
dex.
add plus 4 with my arcane deflection to bring it to 30.
Using every resource you can possibly have, you try to shield yourself with magic, with your object. Audience, you flew people in earlier, so I guess you still have your wings out?
I do.
Meaning that with a 30, you have just enough to succeed it, meaning that you, at the last moment, bring up your wings and your wing absorbs it, but you hear inside of your head your dragon going. It is not permanent damage, but your object is temporarily damaged. Your wings have gotten soft. You've lost the ability to fly with them right now. It's not going to be able to take this 5 times in a row.
You guys
Fisher-
working overtime, dude. He's gonna need a raise at the end of this.
So that's 131 points of damage for audience, completely absorbed. For Fisher, divided in 2.
31.
So 66 points of
16.
damage.
Yeah.
And
Thanks, bro. Couldn't have done without you.
Terry and Arunak did not succeed on their save, so they took the full brunt of the damage. Remy, you know, you saw that breath because you can still see inside of the realm, and it's, oh, jeez Louise, you're so happy you just jumped into the ethereal plane for that. Because you felt it, you felt the shockwave of energy as you were losing physicality, and it just washed over where you were. And when you fall to the ground, happy you survived this, your senses are telling you, oh shit, the building is gonna collapse soon. The building took nearly 300 points of damage in 2 rounds. Acid, fire, thunder.
Is it basically only being held up by the lever at this point?
Yeah.
Like all the mortar's gone. It's just kind of
The
magically
physical
being held
integrity
together.
of the building has given out. The moment you take the lever out, the building will collapse.
Yep.
Right behind him, at initiative 16, so right before Arunak and Terry, you see the green dragon arriving. Ready to fight, ready to attack. You see him rush toward where you were. He really was in the park. And as he arrives, he opens his mouth and readies to fire his breath. And then get hit by a pillar of energy coming from the sky. Just burning,
Hooray for Pimp Slap!
burning around him and underground and creating this groove underneath as the energy keeps digging and pushing into the ground. The skies disperse as the storm that was forming above all of you was ready to explode. Which would have done even more damage. But it dispersed, and you see the shape of the sacred dragon slowly descending. His voice booms and resonates everywhere at once. He just yells, "Dragon shall not war amongst themselves. Desist. They are under my protection. And so, for you, they are considered dragons. The green dragon loses the will to fight.
Is this green dragon the one I've always seen, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, just I assumed, but what?
I'll explain a little bit later. The other, the dragon of evil, his laughter stops, and he looks up. Brother. Then he looks at all of you. I have to admit, I expected you to use this favor when you decided to go attack that wizard up north. You're lucky you survived the whole thing. Well then. That was fun. But I guess everything must come to an end. I was so hoping to do a little bit more before leaving. His shape goes back to the black dragon, dragonborn than he was. In front of you, audience. He gets a little bit closer to you. Goes back to his nonchalant demeanor. It's not every day that someone surprises me. But let me ask you this one thing. You spent so much time making sure that they, and he points toward the entire village, the entire town, would not suffer my wrath. Did you really think I would waste time on less than 500 of your kins? There's far worse waiting for you. Or should I say, that has already happened. He jumps off and starts flying away. Which, because of the shape change, you understand that he's actually flying, but...
Is this the, so was this the same guy who I saw as, is he... Because I know... So just to clarify, that the person that was raised initially in our village as the hero was always this dragon. They weren't separate people.
No.
Okay.
He was always there. But you know he's acting for the Eyes of the Abyss.
The Eyes of the Abyss, yeah. Which was true even 10,000 years ago, because the Eyes of the Abyss was... Or 1,000, not 10,000. Yeah, 1,000 years ago. I always knew this guy was in alliance with the Eyes of the Abyss. Yeah.
Yes. So essentially, as best as you can figure this out, is that 1,000 years ago, 1,500 years ago, you angered the Eyes of the Abyss. not knowing that whenever you called for your powers, you were calling for him. So this is why the first time he said, "How do you know my name?" Because you kept calling him whenever you used your powers, your divine smite, divine sense. And the first thing you ever did was defy him by accepting the aid of another god. So he decided to take revenge. Simultaneously, in the same city, the two dragons, the one of radiance and the one of evil, were fighting. And so he decided to take under his wing the dragon of evil, to act in the world as his agent for this. He's a dragon, so he probably sees something important. He was probably promised power and things like this in exchange for everything that's been happening. But knowing dragons, he probably doesn't have fierce loyalty toward this god. So what happened is that the dragon became his agent in your world and waited for when you were all born to interfere in your life. With the aid of the dragon guiding him, letting him know, with the aid of the eyes of the abyss, guiding him so that he would know when to act. And because you became friend with his brother, to him it became personal in the sense that if he hurt you, he would also hurt the friends of his brother. Another way to win for him.
Which is what I need to talk to this dragon about, is basically how do we stop, because we were told even that also we can't kill him because it would throw off the balance of the world if we kill him. So even if, let's say, we could, like, it would throw off the balance of the world if we kill him. So I do need to talk.
Now he's been exposed.
Yeah, I think it's now we've shown his brother, hey, he's here fucking around. And so now his brother can deal with it consistently.
Well, we're getting to that part of the conversation anyway, because I assume the green dragon isn't doing shit. Well, the radiant dragon's here at least.
No, and since he has declared that you are under his protection, he is bound by a dragon much stronger than he is to not attack you. You still have the problem that you have an entire village whose belief, an entire town whose belief have been thrown into chaos. Some are going to react violently, some are going to wonder what to do. It's kind of the worst, best scenario.
I think the first thing audience is going to do when he flies away is audience is going to definitely head back out to make sure his people are okay. But he's also going to activate his aura for the first time.
Okay.
So that if anyone is trying to perform an evil act, such as attack them, just not know what to, cause chaos, they'd at least have to make a save to be able to do that.
Okay. The dragon leaves. The radiant dragon stares at the green dragon as it recedes and tries to leave. The green dragon does not stay. He flies away. Remy, from the ethereal realm, you go, yes! And you reappear. You're muted.
I mean, I don't really have any other reason to be there since the main dangers are gone. So, pops back.
Fisher, you knew that he was gonna say something, but you know it's Terranad. So he says, "Ah, the bravest member of your team has come back." As you see Remy reappearing.
It's really weird. He misspelled the word smartest.
Yeah, I was about to say, I replied to Terranat, I'm like, don't pretend you wouldn't have done that if you could.
I don't know. I mean, you think I'm afraid of that? I'm forced to walk inside of the chest of a person who has suicidal intent, keeps throwing himself into danger, and wants to kill a god that wants to destroy his world. Would I have been afraid of that? Huh, that's a good question.
I mean, probably. Were you not here for it? Were you asleep? What just happened? I think it's the biggest thing we've fought so far.
Yes? Does it mean that I would have left you all to die?
Probably not.
Ah. A momentous occasion. We agree on something.
I wouldn't call what Raimi did leaving us to die. I would call it intelligently dodging.
That's okay. I won't take your coping mechanism away.
Sure.
As you see Fisher brooding in the corner, mumbling response. The radiant dragon stands behind the temple. Well, you know, the cemetery is kind of flattened right now, so he's not too scared about destroying more tombs. But he stands regally, his wings fully opened, his head being a good 50 feet higher than what's left of the temple, who's going to crumble the moment you take the lever out. Audience, you arrive in front of the temple, watching everyone there, and you use your ability to sense everyone around. It's a good thing you did this in this order, because if you tried earlier, now you're kind of convinced it would have been blocked by the aura of this evil dragon, this pure evil entity, which strengthened the will of everyone, which acted with the blessing of a god, which himself was the equivalent of a demigod amongst dragons. A dark paladin demigod. But now there's a sense of quiet, and the radiating energy everywhere is dissipating slowly. Because of that, you can feel more what's all around. It's not as bad as you feared it could be. Some of them, you know that the aura doesn't take, because they were born evil, and they exist in this atmosphere. But it is only a small minority. One over there, one over there, one over there. Some are just confused. You feel some people resisting it just because they're not evil. But it is clear on their face that they're confused. Everything they believed in just shattered and fell to the floor because of someone who had openly been branded an heretic. Sorry. The others, the majority of the others, 80% of the people in front of you right now, they're not irredeemable, but their morality has been twisted so hard. It's going to be very difficult bringing them back. Not impossible, but almost.
I think in this sense, audience would look to who he knows the leader of the villages are, because he knows that that's where he has to start. He can't necessarily, in this moment, touch. I mean, they can hear his words and what he says, but he can't. He needs to speak to, really focus on speaking to the leaders, which are his father, who runs the barracks,
which right now you
chief.
See amongst the people watching the temple.
The village chief, if there is one. That was never really, but I assume there is one. And then obviously the priestess, who in some ways is the most and probably the most confused right now, and also leads all the priests, which is one of the largest and strongest factions of this town.
You get the impression that the priests, those of faith, priest and paladin, are going to be the hardest one of all to try and bring back, because there will be not just resistance of the will, but resistance of the mind. Some are just gonna believe that for the first time the dragon was defeated, but he was defeated by another dragon. So the belief still works. Dragons are God. They just witness a battle amongst gods right now. So they're gonna try and find ways to twist reality into something that still
not
fits.
Wrong specifically with those two. That's not.
Yeah.
They're not. I mean, they're not technically gods, but they're as close as you can get without.
Like I said, the equivalent of demigods amongst dragons. So.
As close as you can get.
Priests are going to try and find a way to justify this, to make this feel right, feel okay. Some are going to believe that their god is going to come back, that they're waiting for them outside, that this is just a test, that now they have a new enemy, another god who claims that this town belongs to them. Those of faith are going to be extremely hard to convince. The others, much less. Although they do believe the leader of this town is a noble, and he frequently goes to Cornethil. So he sees other dragon. He knows that a lot of people don't consider them gods. He might be the easiest one of all to convince. Your father, even though he's not a man of faith, a dragonborn of faith, he still believed in this dragon a lot. He was proud of you when the dragon isolated you and said that you had potential. but also he's your father. So maybe he's the best place to start. For you, anyway.
I think first audience would just walk out of the now destroyed temple. He would stand before where everyone could see him, his burned wings, totally, but alive after being between the forces of, well, potentially three gods in their mind, as three dragons were
Also,
there.
audience, you have to take into account that all of those people, they felt the aura of fear of three dragons simultaneously. And then the temple crumbles because Fisher just sneezed. Go ahead.
It's that. It's still
Can't breathe, but it's sneaky.
Okay. Remy sneezed.
And I think he would start not by declaring anything, not by trying to sway them, because that wouldn't reach the common folk right now. And the priests will take more time. What he'd reach first is he'd say, first of all, my town, my village, my people. Is everyone all right? And as he do that, he'd try to infuse his aura with some of his aura of courage to try and push away the fear effects that the three dragons might, the lingering effects the three dragons might have still caused.
Probably those that it works a little bit on is what happened. Oh, phew. Oh, good lord, I was so scared. Sorry. I tried to put you on the map and then everything disappeared. I was afraid that I hit something that deleted the entire... No, I just copied an image that's too large. Ah, good lord, I was so scared. Whew, sorry. Those for you, those who react the most to what you just said are probably villagers. Your aura would immediately work on them. They would immediately feel a sense of relief, fear dissipating, allowing them to once again function, their mind starting to process information again. One of them would probably just say, "What happened? Where's Drahasavir? Why did he abandon us? Why did he leave us?"
Audience would pause for a moment. When he looks up, there'd be a tear in his eye, and he'd say, all I can be with you is honest, and hope that you can listen to my honesty. This village became the battleground of two divine beings. He'll point one of darkness. He'd point to the sky where the dark dragon flew away, and one of light. He'll point to where the divine dragon still lies. Drahasavir, as you've known him, or as you've called him, aided in the Dark Dragon's wrath, not to protect this village as the Divine Dragon wished, but to help him destroy it. I am sorry. It may be hard for you to hear, but he is not the god who ever wished to protect this village, to help its people become more.
When you say this, you're not even allowed to say something else. You immediately hear someone, a priest, of course, yell, "Blasphemy!"
Audience will ignore it as it goes. You say blasphemy, but do your eyes deceive you? Why, if Drahasavir was not our friends, if you did not stand with the light, with the good in this battle, why did he not stay? Why does he not now stand by my side, by the side of this divine dragon? Because he knows it's going to be easier for them to accept this obviously awe-inspiring presence as a god and accept that almost Drahasavir abandoned them, and then it will be to convince him that no dragons are gods at this moment. And he'll say, why does he not stand beside me now, in victory over this dark force that plagued this village? No, he fled because he chose the destruction of this village, and he failed.
A paladin takes the paladin speaks, with his voice booming, resonating. He just says, "This is nothing more than a test. Would our dragon not grant me power if it wasn't good? If it wasn't fighting for what is good in the world? I cannot do evil, but he can." And he points toward you, audience.
Can I? Audience again shows his holy avenger. Go on then. I know you have the ability. Use it. Do I sense evil to you?
If you have already thought to call what he was doing, he points toward where Drasivir went, was an illusion, then it means you have already thought about how to make this an illusion. You are the one creating this illusion.
And I think that's when he says it. Because I know they all respect her, and I know that she would know I can't create illusions. I would look to my priestess and I go, well, old friend, is he right? Is it an illusion that I created? Everything that you saw here? Am I capable of that kind of deception?
She ponders what you said for a moment, looks down, looks at the other one, looks at you. I've seen you manipulate people. I've seen you twist the mind of others. And although you have heard me say this to you when we were children, in jest, in an attempt at mocking you, I am forced to say, both has a compliment and an insult. You're not that smart. I don't think you are making an illusion. But this god might. And she points toward the divine dragon.
And I'll say, perhaps he certainly is capable of that type of power. But you can feel it, can't you? When he's arrived, when he looks at you with his eyes, this is not an evil god that stands before us. This is someone who breathes light, who breathes warmth, who breathes goodness. This is not someone who would lie simply to trick you, to cause destruction, to cause despair. You felt when the forces clashed inside the church, you must have. The R's of both of them were on full sense. The one that flew away was the one that carried darkness with him, not the one that remains.
The black one, I can give you that. Was not the best of us, but he wasn't our god. He was another god, maybe a deceiver god. Maybe he was the entire reason why our god did not live up to all he could be. And now that this new god has chased the other god away, the true nature of our god can once again be felt.
Mm.
You're up against one of the problem of how the entire
I
structure was
have
made.
something.
Okay.
I have something for this. No, I have something for this.
Because you know that the worst actions were taken by people that she'd never met in your religion.
Yeah.
So
Yes, no. I'll say, I believe that you may not accept my words on this. But what about his? And I'll look over at the divine dragon. Even you say he chased away what was to be the deceiver god who could have unlocked Drahasavir's true nature. So wouldn't he know? Wouldn't you be able to trust the words he speaks if you can't trust mine? Or would you turn against his words as well? The words of a divine being, one who breathes the very light into this world.
I have to rearrange the cameras. Make a persuasion roll.
Absolutely. A 30.
Okay. 26. I will hear your God.
I think when she says that, audience would walk back to the dragon, and he'd kind of say to him, and he'd be like, I have opened up the people to listen. That's the best they can hear from me, while some of the common folk might listen to my words. My voice alone in this short amount of time won't be enough to sway the hearts of the priests or priestesses or paladins. I need your help once again to help them finally see that the one they've been following does not have their best interests at heart.
He goes from his humongous self to his smaller self. A dashing dragonborn of silvery and white colors. A little bit of blue. Says, well, audience, you sure have managed to make something interesting with this. But the hearts of people who've listened to evil all of their life is not easily swayed.
I know. I spent 1,000 years trying to change it, but I don't have 1,000 years. I don't even have a day. So I need something more permanent before I leave this place. Otherwise, they will just go back and lead themselves into ruin before I can return.
You are right. They do need some guidance. Many of them have had their belief shattered, and they will latch on to anything right now. Even those who are unable to accept the truth. I will do my best. I will sit down with your friend and I will answer your questions. But, audience, you have to know if I am to sway their heart, truly, I cannot use any abilities. I cannot simply show them everything.
Your abilities won't be needed. The Dragonborn are an honest people. They are truthful people. Yes, we have been corrupted. Yes, we have been lied to. But your presence enough should at least convince some of them. And while my friend may not want to admit it, she actually can see far better than most of them. And she'll be able to see what you stand for and who you are. And while she may wish to deny, it may plant enough doubt in her that at least she starts to question. And if I can get her to question, then I can get her to lead others to question. And perhaps that can turn the tide enough that the people won't just turn back immediately to the ways they've been set in.
Can I ask you a question, audience?
Yes.
What do you wish most? To be able to come back here one day? Or to make sure that the next generation is on a better path? I may have to choose between the two.
Without hesitation, I would look at him and say, to make sure my people survive, to make sure that they are led on a better path, whether that's in the still worship of dragons, but the different ideologies, or something new. I don't matter. I only care about their survival and them learning the truth.
All right.
This is not my redemption. This is theirs.
As much as this will be a test for them, it was also a test for you. I will do my best. You've become more since the first time I saw you. I'm just sorry it had to happen at such a high cost.
Me too. I would ask, do you know what your brother meant? Who else he meant to target? Well, we spent our time here at this village. He said they were simply these 500 didn't matter. And I fear something grave has happened in our time traveling to this village. Do you know what he might mean? You know him better than anyone else.
If it's not something you can change, do you still want to know?
Perhaps I can't change it. But tragedy is not always something you can change, but something you can help people come back from.
So is that you saying you still want to know?
Yes.
All right. Then he says, I'm sorry for the burden that it will be on your mind. He leans in. And says only 3 words. This is what he tells you. And then he walks away.
Okay. Okay.
It represents well over 100,000 people.
Mm-hmm. I guess audience is a little bit confused because he thought that, and maybe I'm confused because I'll just say I thought it was already destroyed in what the last thing we did. Most of the people were already killed, or is this a different version of it that I don't yet know about as a character?
The history states that it was destroyed. Because of what you did, it was confirmed that it was destroyed by an explosion. When you last left, the enemy had gotten inside of the city and had started to corrupt people, infecting them. This is not an instantaneous process. It's long, painful. People have to watch their own slowly become something else. Right now, all you know is that there was a mass conversion attempt made to finish the process of converting all of those people to more soldiers.
Mhm.
And it ends with a crater.
Yeah.
The
I
size
knew
of a
so I
lake.
so I knew Bahanor was already destroyed, but was he saying he did that in revenge instead of this town, and that I'm confused by what he was specifically telling me, basically. That Bahanor, that he destroyed what remained of Bahanor as basically vengeance against me, or was it something new?
That Bahanor will be destroyed as part of the reprisal of the eyes of the abyss
Mhm.
against you.
Okay. So that Bahanor in the past was destroyed as part of the appraisal, not as in the current future. Because Bahanor was destroyed.
Bahanor doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, okay. I see. Okay. Got you. Okay.
It's the realization that audience's defiance is the reason why hundreds of thousands of people died. Some suffering, some screaming because an explosion overtook them. Death is the wrath of a god.
Okay. Alright. I would say audience probably... Would we spend the night... I actually don't know if we'd spend the night in the village. I think it depends, because the village is going to be going through a lot.
I'd say Remy would probably underline the possibility that if you sleep in this village, you might have to face assassination attempts.
Yeah, I think that audience has done what he can. I will say that probably due to time, we're not going to get to it. I'm pretty sure audience would still go to honestly kill Drahosavir, but I don't think we're going to get to that. I'm not going to push it. Simply just to make sure that he couldn't come back and spread his influence over the village again.
I understand.
But for now, I think, especially because I need to go to bed, because I also actually have a job thing in the
I
morning.
understand. So, who knows? Maybe while you are away, we'll have a special episode on a day that you are, I don't know, on vacation, and we might get that fight. But otherwise,
Or we'll just say that's something that audience does in his epilogue.
yeah.
Depending on what the epilogue is.
Well, a lot of elements will be gone, and you will easily be able to find allies to do this. You know, Kor can probably kill that dragon single-handedly, so...
I think audience could maybe kill that dragon single-handedly. If it's not a specialized stat block of a green dragon. If it's a base ancient green dragon.
And especially now that he's lost his lair.
Yeah. If it's a base ancient green dragon, and because unlike some of the gods we've been fighting, I actually will have immunity to poison against him. And I actually think I could almost take him. But we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, anyway. I think audience would have accepted then that he would probably have a moment with his father. which you don't need. And then
Okay.
I think he would give a message to his priestess, talk to me when you're ready. And then I'll leave it at that for the village.
All right. Let's see how that's going to turn out. Okay. Since anyways, it would have been something that would have exceeded, most likely, audience's lifespan. Do you want to know how it will turn out for your village, or do you want to get that surprise at the end of the campaign?
We can wait on that. That can be epilogue stuff.
Okay. All right. I took note of it, and I'll tell you more at the end. All right. And so, with all this speech, you look at everyone, you wish them well. Then Fisher takes out the lever and the entire temple crumbles into pieces. And you're left with a Fisher that looks at this and says, oops. I thought we were done.
Sorry, guys, we're gonna need this one.
And that is it for this. Kohornathil is less than a day away. With Remy's ability to summon phantasmal horses, you can probably enter Kohornathil by noon. So, we'll say that this is where we pick up next time.
All
With
right.
you arriving in Kohornathil. Which probably for you, Fisher, is a marvelous moment because, yeah, you spent a few years there, being raised by a dragonborn to fight. But it wasn't as impressive then as it will be now because Kohornathil is one of the 3 magical centers of the world. There's one in human territory, which is in the middle of human territory, surrounded by humans, so not a lot of people actually like visiting this place, except humans and halflings. There's the elves, who are extremely secretive, so not a lot of people ever get to see it. And they're the Dragonborns. This one is accessible to anyone, for several historical reasons, which I will not elaborate right now, because everyone wants to go to sleep. But you're coming back here as a wizard. Much more interesting than as a fighter, even though it was an eldritch fighter. So, there's probably a little bit of excitement. And somewhere in that city, there are the people that you've been raised with. The gnome who rebuilt you, the followers of your master. Your master's probably dead now, but he was very sick last time you saw him.
Mm-hmm.
And
All
that
right.
is it.
I'm gonna dip. I'll
Yep.
see you guys.
That's okay. I was just about to thank everyone. So, like I was starting to say, that is it. Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for watching. I know this is going to be on YouTube, but still. Doesn't mean that I'm not grateful for you being here and watching. Fight turned out a little different than I believed, but that's not a bad thing. Seeing how late we are finishing this. So, hope you enjoyed it. Hope you will be there next week. Well, next Wednesday. Or Friday if you watch the rebroadcast. And yeah. If you want to support us, don't forget, we got Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Patreon, a link below for donation. Only donate if you can afford it. And spreading the word of the channel helps tremendously. So that's it. That's everything I can possibly say. Good night. See you next week. And as always, stay safe and stay healthy. Good night.
Good night.
Oh yeah. Campfire. Can't end without the campfire.